Happy Thursday, guys. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Oh, yeah. Let me clear my throat. If I play the Doobie Brothers, the whole long version, that means it must be Thursday night. And I'm coming on early. It is now 2133. Hey, check that out. Look. No, happy Thursday to you. What is today? Something. Oh, no. YouTube, I love you when you put on commercials after songs. My bad. I forgot you guys changed your platform thingamajiggy last month. I'm catching up to speed here. I'm looking at my calendar. It is now, that's not my calendar. That's the outside window. Here's my calendar. Today is the 3rd of the 10th of the 19th. Wow. That's already something special. Happy October to everybody. Let the Oktoberfest begin. I call today's show Beer and Peanuts. That's exactly what it's going to be. I wrote it in German, but whatever. Everybody knows I live in. You're watching the Blackie. Let me invite you into my Blackie Fitzpatrick Library Studios, situated in the 10th district of Vienna, Austria. Yeah, I'm from Boston. There's a lot of stuff on my mind today, which is partially why I wanted to come on early. No, the Walrus isn't here. She's at work. I'm going to continue. My normal show starts at 12:30. Right now, it's like 9:30. Eastern Standard, no, Central European time. Look, sometimes I look, hey, we're going to change the clock in Europe, in Western Europe, not in Eastern Europe. Hold on a second. Is that only Russia? I have to phone a friend on that one. See, in Europe, we still change the clock like always. It's always the Sunday before Halloween. Always, 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 always. Then it changed. You guys do it in November in the US same day. I don't know. Did Canada change it? Is it the same? I don't know. I have to phone a friend for that one too. If you're from Canada, tell me when you change your clocks. I'm getting ready to fall back. You guys are just thinking about Halloween. I got bigger fish to fry. No. I actually don't have any fish. That's tomorrow, Fish on Friday. Today's show, once again, Bier, which is pronounced beer. It's a pretty easy one. Spelled different. Don't let it fool you. The spelling, do not let it. If it's beer, it's beer. Unless you're in a different country. No, that is a different country. Pivo. What else can I say? Beer there. And the other ones I forgot because I was drinking too much. I'm not going to say clink yet, but this is called my startup, by the way. And for anybody that is trying to figure out, is this the first beer of the day for me? Have fun with it. I can check the stats later. No, this some people say, Blakey, tell us what you're drinking. This is the same stuff that I always drink. Erdnüsse, which in English means Erdnüsse. It's an area in southern Austria. I almost said Australia. They have decent beer too. Castlemaine 4X, I like that one. Foster's, I like that one. Only in glass. Because the Blackie Fitzpatrick show is about class. But I have to hold the thing right. Some people say, show it to the camera, just in case you're watching. But that's a big head. No, this is a fancy glass. It has the line here. This is a pint or a half a liter. But that's a lot of foam. Oh well, who cares? Drink. Whoa. Thank you, God, for these hands. Okay. You know, I always come prepared with toilet paper. My best drink. Some of my best ideas I write down on toilet paper. That's actually true. A lot of people write ideas like on old receipts. You know, we're all trying to save the planet, aren't we? For anybody who's new, once again, this is my startup. This is where I can't read the chat, so don't try to say hi to me. You can try to say hi to me at 45 minutes past the hour. This is not a real show. I forgot. I can do whatever I want. I was thinking about playing 70 minutes of continuous chakra meditation bells. Should I do that? 70, and then I can. No, I'll fall asleep. I listened to it with Isabel the other night. It was okay. Our THC doctor said it's kind of funny to do. I like that stuff. I'm analyzing the notes, and I mix them around and turn them into melodies. Isabel was just like, see, for me, boom. When I hear like these beats, it's not meditation for me. It's work. That chakra bell thing, although it does sound nice, it doesn't really relax me per se. It just makes me feel like I'm at work. You know, it's like I'm so analyzing. So like my brain is not getting more relaxed. Or hold on a second, maybe when I'm at work, I'm relaxed. Maybe I'm meditating now. That's pretty cool. I didn't know you could meditate with a beer and a cigarette. Look. There are no rules. Well, there's only one. You have to breathe. Without that, you're kind of screwed. You can breathe. You can be born, and first thing you do is you cry. Well, no, you take a breath of fresh air. That's the first thing you do. And then the second thing you do is cry. And it continues throughout your whole life. If I tell a good joke, it means I kind of plagiarized from something that I remember. I don't remember who wrote that joke, but it's somebody who's funny. I know that didn't come up. Breathing and crying. No, it is. It's healthy, right? Crying is big. Look. I've been known to cry on my show. That's why I stopped the red wine. I've been known to fall asleep on my show. That's why I stopped the red wine. No, I stopped the red wine because for a lot of reasons. But I love my red wine. Who knows? Maybe I'll turn that back on. I'm taking a break. I always take breaks. It's a good thing to do to realize that you're in control. My father taught me that trick. He says, Blakey, you want to know that you're in control of your life? You need to take breaks. I told him, I said, I've been divorced 3 times. He said, I don't mean it that way. But look, I know about taking breaks. I went on a vacation from Boston. I never came back. I'm still on break. That's actually a true story. I feel like I'm retired. As soon as I left Boston, I feel like, it's like living on Venus or Mars. I almost said the Mars, the Mars candy bar. It feels like, do I still have foam on my nose, or am I drooling? No, it's foam. All clear here. So yeah, this is called my startup. I haven't done a show for days, so there must be a lot on my mind. Clink. Cheers from Bier. I think normally I drink out of the bottle. It's my mother's idea. Hi, Mom, if you're watching. So if it looks more nice, put on a jacket, nice suit jacket, drink out of a nice fancy pint glass from Eastern Europe, and get drunk. It looks classier than drinking out of this with a Duran Duran t-shirt and getting drunk. So this is the classic way. I'm supposed to fool people. So when they dip in, this is a joke. This is not promoting alcohol. You have to be 21 years old in certain countries. In Austria, you have to be 16 years old to buy alcohol. So I'm not trying to influence anybody who's 15 years old. Wait until you're 16. Then legally you can go to the store. Think. And they probably won't ask you for an ID, so don't worry. Think. Cheers from Vienna. Here's a trick question for anybody who's been listening. The first one always goes down so easy. Not the first of the day, the first on my show tonight. No, I must have done something. What can I say that's interesting? I'm thinking about things, and I'll cut in when like, this is how my Rolodex brain works. Just the normal things that's coming to my mind, doing the dishes, laundry. I got to scrub the bathtub and the toilet and the sinks and all that stuff. That's, I don't do that stuff every day. So, I did that. What else did I? Must have done something. I didn't shave, but you can't really see it with this lighting. I have it perfect. I could be wearing a Hitler mustache and you wouldn't even see it. What else? I must have done something. Since my Saturday night show, that was Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. Anyway, okay, that part of my startup is over. Remember, this is not even a real show. I'm supposed to go on like a little bit later. I'm just going to see if I can get anybody to come on. Who knows? It might be a lively chat. Last Thursday I went on early, and it was going like gangbusters. I think I went on like 11:30. Now it's 9:30. So it's like I'm going on like I might be doing a 4 or 5 hour show today. So a lot of people will come and go. I know most people here because I am the king of Lo-Fi. So whatever you want to hear, just tell it to me. And as long as it's PG-13, I'll put it on. No Frank Zappa, unless it's a Moon Unit Zappa. I can play that track or anything instrumental. So pick all your favorite instrumental Zappa tracks. I can put that on. Or anything you can. Look, you can swear in a foreign language. This is a challenge my mother gave me. I love these challenges. PG-13 and drink out of a pint glass. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. There's a lot of ideas in this as well. And look. I hope that people show up here. It'd be nice. I'm always curious about other people's ideas for songs, and what I love about exactly that is. I'm like, oh, I never heard that song. I'm a DJ, like semi-professional for like, I don't know, 25 years, professional for about 4 years. So when I was, professional on an underground radio station, but I had my own show and stuff when I was a teenager. That was fun. And no, it did not get me the girls. But it did allow me to learn a lot. When I was 14 years old, I didn't know about a lot of stuff, as every 14-year-old. But when you get shoved into a radio station with thousands of records and hundreds of 45s and maybe about 100 cassette tapes. That's how it was. No CDs, right? Look. And we had a microphone. We had 2 turntables, and we had a cassette player. And we had a telephone. You can call in and make requests. And we had this little suction thing where you put onto the phone. So people could hear your voice on the. You could plug that into the cassette player, and it'll go through. Anyway, look. We had a little mixing thing, and you do the show, and that was a lot of fun. And taking requests. So that part of me is something I learned as a kid. That it always is going to make me have fun, and hopefully my audience have fun. You get to hear something that most radio stations, you call them up and say, "Can you play this?" They're like, "Go screw yourself." So those days are kind of like over. It used to be okay in the 80s. That was when I learned how to call up radio stations. And it was hard to get through in the 80s, but you could get through and they would play something for you, maybe even say your name. On the big rock stations, that was kind of hard to do, but sometimes you could. One time I won a free record. It was from Hall & Oates. That was pretty cool. It wasn't their best record. Don't get me wrong. I like Hall & Oates. I learned to love it because I won it. No. Look. I love all styles of music, but once again, I don't know every song from Hall & Oates. So if there's like one song I'm the guy who kind of plays the hits or I'm into the hits or like the weird stuff, but the weird stuff still has to be a hit. And I play all styles of music. I don't really care. The show is not political. You can request political music. The show is not religious. You can request religious music. Look, I don't vote and I'm a Christian. Okay, let's get one thing straight. What else happened? Oh, that's right. There was a vote here. That's what happened on Sunday. On Sunday, there was a big vote here. And I don't vote, but the Walrus voted. And it looks like her guy lost. In Austria, they had like 9 parties or something, or 10 parties. I can't remember. It's like a lot of things, and they're all fighting against each other. But there's usually, I can't remember, there's 2 or 3 big ones. And they change up once in a while. But it's a parliament system, which I'm not really an expert at. Once again, the show's not political, but this is kind of like political history. I'm not talking about any candidate's name or anything, but this whole system here for me is a little bit weird to get used to. And everyone's fighting. And I lived in England for 8 years. I lived here for 13 years now. And I still don't really understand the parliament system that much. And I think it's because I don't care about politics. No, I do actually. I find it fascinating. It's like, Isabel and I were watching something yesterday. This is what we did. This is my startup is back on. This is the stuff that I've been filling my life with, right? Yesterday, Isabel and I watched 2 hours of 3-cushion pool. I never knew it existed. Look, 3-cushion pool. Once again, I never heard of that. I grew up with a billiard table in the basement, but I don't remember 3-cushion pool. We had the holes. In 3-cushion pool, there's like only 3 balls and no holes. A lot of geometry and physics and gravity, which is part of physics. Look, it's that stuff. A lot of math. So I liked watching it actually. And you get analyze stuff, and so that was a lot of fun. Never did that before. Once again, THC helps. Clink. Cheers from Bier. I know we're 47. I've been talking too much. Good. Once again, THC always helps. No, I did have an idea. I was going to play a track. Let's see if we can open up a new channel here. And there's now 2147 here in Vienna, Austria. Watching Black Especially King of Lo-Fi. I'm going to crank it up with some more tunage here. Let's hope that it sounds great on your end. I don't really recall playing this song. Bear with me. I got to close the window. Oh, I can talk about the weather. Yeah, it's kind of like summer's over. But I'm a smoker, so I like to open up the window a little bit. Now it's time to get it closed. I have to remember the song. No, the weather, it was really nice a couple days ago, but now it kind of sucks. I don't even know how to spell. Okay, I really don't know how to spell. Good, that's good. Oh, no, I got it wrong again. I think it's spell check is doing, yeah, it's moving weird. Computer, stay with me. Okay, I have to do it a different way. It's a good sign. I think I need some peanuts. I got to slow down the beer. Now it should show up. No, it's my thing is going weird. Okay, bear with me. YouTube, don't crash on me. I gotta turn the chat, see if it's even working. Oh, now I see it. Okay, good. Like moving really. I have the fan on. The plug is in. The fan is on. You're watching. Let's hope the sound is on. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi, Blackie Fitzpatrick, live from Vienna.
You take away the biggest part of me. Ooh, now baby, please don't go. And if you leave God, I just want you to stay. Love like ours, love is hard to find. How could we let it slip away? Come too far to leave on behind. How could we end it all this way? Love is hard to find. How could we let it slip away? Come too far to leave all behind. How could we end it all this way? Tomorrow comes and we said take away the biggest part of me. Now, baby, please
Track that is. Oh, I love that track. Hi, Mike. Hi, Elena. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I know I'm on super early, and yeah, Mike likes October. No, October is the bomb. It's bombastic. I gotta get like a jack-o'-lantern. No, they rot. No, that's only in Florida. Look. Hello to all my lurkers. You guys are great. I know a lot of people are going to be dipping in and out tonight. I'm on mega early. Correct, Elena. And once again, please, girlfriend. I wrote you in private. Girlfriend. That's all I'm going to say about your joke. And I think the joke is funny. But look. I know that this is why I'm picking these songs right now. There's a theme coming on here. If you leave me now, then I'll have one less person watching. So please don't leave me high and dry. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
Would you say to me, but you think that's pretty clever, don't you, boy? Fire on the motorcycle, watching all the ground beneath you drove. Kill yourself for recognition, kill yourself to never stop. Trying to something you know. Don't leave me don't leave me don't leave me don't Trying out conversation, you'll be the one kind of talk. All your insides fall to pieces. You just sit there wishing you could still make me. Everyone so hates you when you think you got the world on some stars. Everyone so spit at you, you'll be the one screaming. Don't leave me. What you ever had. It's the best thing that you ever had. Best thing you had. It's gone. Don't leave me. Don't leave me.
You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. That was Radiohead. Oh my gosh. Raised in Black. This is by request. It goes out to you, Mike. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Black and Fifth Track.
I don't like I know that time is a day in vain. I know inside, teaching you things in vain. I know that time is a day in vain. I know inside, teaching you things in vain. I know that time is a day in vain. I know inside, teaching you things.
Oh my gosh. By Raised in Black. Great song, actually. Thank Mike for that request. That's what I'm talking about. I want to hear like songs I never heard before. I never heard that song before. I gave it a thumbs up. This track is super cool. 670 views. Mike, that's super rare, and I love it. No, the song is nice. Looks like it came out 2016. I thought it sounded fresh. It sounded retro, but I could hear a lot of other stuff that sounded new, at least in the way it was produced and stuff. But it was, well, I like that song. It's full, it was big. I hope it sounded good on you in lo-fi. Raised in Black. That's a great title. This is a pretend scratch. Look. Oh, no. How soon is now? The Smiths. No, this charming man. I need another beer. Now 2204, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I'm trying to figure out what song is going to bring everybody in. People flip in and flip out, and they go, hold on a second. What's Blackie playing right now in Lo-Fi? I'm going to play this charming man. I like this song a lot, and I haven't heard it for a long, long time. This is I've never played before on my show, so I hope it sounds great in Lo-Fi. You're watching the King. Oh, after a commercial break. Look.
Es ist Zeit.
Thank you, YouTube. I love you. I love you. Peace. The Smiths. This charming man. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
But in this coming car, it's my class in places, but the last week for the past I would go out tonight, but I haven't got the sticks to one soul is crucial, but someone thought I should I jumped up country boy, we never knew this place. She said, return to me. We know so much about these days. We know so much about these days. I will go out tonight, but I haven't got the space to wait. It's my soul is pushing, but someone so hard should take.
Oh man, I tell you, look. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. The Smiths. I haven't heard that song in ages, and I tell you, as simplistic it is, it's actually just a love song. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
You make me feel like I am home again.
Well, that was interesting.
Whenever I'm alone with you, you make me feel like I am home again. Make me feel like I am young again. Whenever I'm alone with you, make me feel like I am okay. However far away, I will always love you. However long I stay, I will always love you. Whatever words I say, I will always love you. I will always love you. You make me feel like I am free. Never alone with you. You make me feel like I am forever far away. I will always love you. No matter how I stand, I will always love you. Whatever was there to say, I will always love you. I will always love you.
Oh, The Cure. Love song. Look. That's a great song. I love that song. Also, classic stuff from the 80s. I was just thinking something. I know I love English music, and hi anybody who's watching from England, and hello to all my lurkers. I know people come. Look, I'm watching the YouTube numbers. People are dipping in, dipping out. Mike, I'll get to your song in a couple of tracks. I'm trying to do this is an experiment right now. I'll put it in, but I'm gonna play. I'm trying to see how many people come in. Oh yeah, press thumbs up before you leave. Show some common decency. Look, I'm trying to gauge my audience here. To look. A lot of people say, Blakey, I tried your show out. You're low 5. Correct. Kate, cheers from Vienna. Now, I did a show, I think it was last week. It was really funny, actually. I think it was political foolishness. And everybody was counting how many beers I was drinking. Because normally, I drink all day. Well, look, I have water for like an hour and a half. Then I have fruit juice for like an hour and a half. And then it's beer o'clock. Look. But when I do a show or when I go out to a pub or even when I play a concert or a rehearsal, they go down pretty quick. And so, yeah, keep tabs at home. How many beers is Blackie drinking tonight? Look, let you know, I'm not shaking right now, right? I'm stable, right? It looks stable to me. Does it look stable to you? Good. I took my pill. Look, the Black Fit Fest show is about acceptance. And I'm not here expecting anybody to show up. So everybody who's watching me, you guys are great. I'm here to, but I'm doing a test here. Look. I have it written down here. Where is it? I have a piece of paper here. This is a test of the nervous broadcasting system. Look, I actually wrote it down. Okay? These are my notes to make my show awesome for you guys. This is a test of the nervous broadcasting system. And I love doing different quizzes, challenges. Look, when I saw the truth, look, this is a true story. I don't think I ever said this one. Let me check my posture. Look, I look better when I'm like a hunchback. I'm a guitar player, so I'm always like hunchback. Look, unless you're like this, ooh, that looks silly. That's classical guitar. I'm like a rock and roll guy. Okay, sometimes I do that too. Ooh. What was I talking about? Doesn't really matter. I was thinking of an old story. There was this little girl. I was on the cliffs. Anybody who knows about this, by the way, this is a controlled eyebrow combing. Yeah, I just wrote that too. It's controlled eyebrow combing. It has nothing to do with anything, right? Don't try to look for symptoms. Ain't nothing there. I'm as clean as a whistle. Anyway, if you think about the Boston map, just go north, stay on the Atlantic Ocean, and you're going to run into a place called Winthrop, which is a beautiful peninsula. And then the second peninsula up is called Nahant. Look, they have these beautiful cliffs. This is like, I'm talking Atlantic Ocean stuff, not Massachusetts Bay. Okay, it's kind of part of Massachusetts Bay. Look, it's not Boston Harbor. That's a joke for anybody who understands that or likes maps or who is from that area. But they have these big cliffs. When I say big cliffs, I mean at least 20 feet, maybe 25. And I'm 6'2", And when you stand above that cliff and think about jumping into the ocean, I thought to myself, impossible. The waves are crashing against the rocks. It's a straight, what do they call it? Not incline, but is it decline? Look, it just goes straight down. It's like a cliff, right? I'm not talking like a gradual cliff, hard rock, boop, straight down to the ocean, and you got about 10 feet of water from the Atlantic that you can jump into. And I thought to myself, impossible. There's no way I have enough courage to do that. And it was, middle of the day, everybody's hanging around. And I saw this little girl, and it was summertime, right? And she's in a bikini. I thought she was just playing. I thought she's a little bit close to the edge. And she jumps in. And I go, what? She dove in. And I said, what? And I looked over the cliff, and I was like, whoa. I felt like Mr. Bean. I was like, whoa. And obviously, she was a professional swimmer. She must have been 10 max or something. I don't know how old she was. But I was, I felt, and I must have been, how old was I? I was 20 years old, 21. And I was like, if a little girl can do that, surely Blackie can do that. This is a pretend scratch. I'm trying to figure out how I end this story. Remember, my show is PG-13, unless you want to swear in a foreign language. Skata! Anybody knows that language? Type it in, you get 1 Bitcoin. No, I'm going to play music until somebody comes in. But Mike, I'll play your request. And please, anybody, all the lurkers, you guys are great. A lot of people are like, look, they're doing their own thing. It is a Thursday, Eastern Standard Time. It's in the afternoon. It's 4:17. It just changed. 4:17. Well, it did for me. I think I'm 30 seconds ahead of you. Something about the way the Earth spins or something like that. I haven't been able to prove that accurately. I'm not really on the other side of the planet, depending on where you live. I'm more closer to the USA than I am to Singapore. I'll say it that way. But there's a slight difference. Okay, I'm on the other side of the world. In Central Europe, but big difference between Portugal. No, that's actually with the same time zone as England. Let me go back. Spain, there's a big difference between Spain and me. I'm on the easternmost part of Western Europe. Do the math. Kind of cool, actually. Austria lived on the wall. That was part of the Russian Soviet wall thing. East Berlin all the way down. And Austria was like Vienna. Was really like, because Vienna touches Czech Republic, it touches Slovakia, it touches Hungary, it touches Croatia, and so it's like there's so many borders with Eastern Europe. So for me, it's always kind of was fascinating. This is a place that James Bond used to go to back in the movies. It's like, where does he have to do the deals and stuff? James Bond always was like, he was always in Vienna. It's the middle place where you can go hang out at a coffee shop and work with spies, and that's what James Bond does and all that stuff. So, I'll be honest. But I'm going to try to, I know half the people like to hear me ramble, but most people I think come in and they go, hey, I like that song. Let's see what this show is all about. And then they look at the chat. So I need like one by one, and I have all the time in the world, and I love playing music. But I think that music is more of the key. It's not really me. The smoking and beer is more popular than my mug. So I'm going with the popular stuff. So that was my alternative pop. Now I'm going to go to like real pop, but it has to be cool pop. Otherwise, I get in trouble. This is where it gets really, really tricky. I have to try to find stuff. Look. When I say tricky, I mean like battlefield tricky. The show is not. I'm not talking about politics or anything, but a battlefield is tricky. And I'll be honest with you, love is a battlefield. Just ask my first wife, my second wife, and my third wife.
We are young, head to head. We stand. No conversations, no demands. Love is a battlefield. You leave this house now. No one can test. turn me away. What does me deep inside? Now it all gets old, will it still feel the same? There's no way this will fly. But we get much closer and lose control. Maybe our hearts and branches need to hold. We are young, heart to heart, we stand. No one says nothing. Love is a friend. No one can tell us
You're watching the King of Lo-Fi.
I saw a lot of trees today, and they were all made of wood. Well, they were wooden trees, and they were made entirely of wood. I came home today, and you were all on fire. Your shirt was on fire, and your hair was on fire, and flames were licking around your feet. And I did not know what to do. And then 1,000 violins began to play. I really did not know what to do. So I just decided to go out and walk the dog. I went to the museum, and I saw a dog 30 feet high. And this dog was made entirely of light. And he filled up the whole screen. and his eyes were long. He had those long, echoing, always eyes. I turned on the radio and I heard a song by Dolly. She was singing, wow, I feel so bad. I feel so sad. I left my mind left. And I just want to go home now. I just want to go back to my Tennessee mountain home now. You know she's not going to go back home. And I know she's not going to go back home. And she knows she's never going to go back there. And I just want to know who's going to go and walk her dog. Well, I feel so bad. I feel so sad. Not as bad as the night I wrote this song. Okay, now imagine you're at the most wonderful party. Okay, delicious food, interesting people, terrific music, Now open them.
Walk the Dog, Laurie Anderson. By request. Some Spanish stuff. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Enjoy. Hope it sounds great on your end. Now I've seen just about everything. That was great. Let's see how I can murder her name. That was Lucero Atena with her rendition of Intermedio called La Boda de Luis Alonso. Looks like it was written by some Jimenez guy. Jay. Look, she's a castanet soloist. I never played anything like that or heard anything like that before in my life, unless it was like a tap dancer. But she's a drummer. But in the castanets, they're really funny. And it is a classical instrument. So she's the best. Mike, I'm going to believe you. She's this is a pretend scratch. I never researched her, but until now, 10 million views. Not bad on YouTube for that one. So for anybody who wants to check out the world's best castanet soloist, you heard it here first on my show. Thanks, Mike. That was a request for you. A lot of people will say it's complicated. For me, it's actually quite simple what she was doing, and obviously her technique is rather nice. And but look at that hall. I'm looking at the place where she's playing it. I don't know what country it's in, somewhere, and it's rather fancy. But it looks modern. Look, it looks really fancy. I'm talking about stuff that's like, really simple, like I don't know, a fairground. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. After the commercial break, we're going to continue with music. I love when it's German stuff. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Time and time again. I tell you. It's now 2-2-4-2. I'm early tonight. Let's see what happens.
Spicy.
Russia.
This is a debut for me. I never played this song here. Hope it sounds great in lo-fi.
It's hard for me to stop the heart. Love never knows when the time is right. I don't want to hurt anybody, but can't go wrong. I never felt like this before. I know this is passion you're waiting for. Let life take its course. That's the only thing for us to do. Good time, way back. There's no rush to be better. Take for us. Hang on, and I will wait for you. Our love will always stay as good as new. Time and time, now and over. Struggles down, hope that I will. This time I'm sure it's gonna last. Yeah, how can I stop? You're never know when the time is right. Don't want to hurt anybody. Don't want to make them cry. Don't make them cry. Baby, there's no rush to be better. Think for us. And I will wait for you. Our love will always stay as good as you.
Basha. I loved that track when I was a kid. I love this track when I turned 40. Tonight's going to be a good night. Check it out. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Join the club. Join the chat. We're going until the walrus says good night. Happy Thursday, everybody.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. 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 Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spend it up. And go out and smash it. Like oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's get on. I know you will have a ball. Get down and just do it all. I feel great, I don't wanna let it go. Let's go way out. I ain't got losing like control. Fill up my cup, mama talk. Look at her dancing. Just take it all in. Let's break it down. We'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof. And we'll do it again. Let's do it. 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 Cause I got the feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. 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 Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spend it up. Let's give it up. Go out and stash it. Like oh my God. Like oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Come on. Let's get on. Fill up my cup. Right. Mama talk. Look at her dancing. Just take it all in. Let's break it down. We'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof. And then we'll do it again. Let's do it. 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 Here we go. Here we go. We got a rock. Easy go. Now we on top. Feel the shot. Body rock. Like it don't stop. Body rock. Up and down. Go round the clock. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know what we say. Party every day. Party every day. That tonight's gonna be a good night. 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 That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Oh, I love theme and variation. The Black Eyed Peas knew what they were writing when they wrote that track. And you know what? Tonight is going to be a good night. Why? Because I have a dream. No, it's reality. You're watching the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show, the king of lo-fi. Look, I even got commercials. Selling chocolates. Now, 2251. Dreams are made of boys and girls. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi, Blackie Fitzpatrick. Hope it sounds great on your end.
Call the police.
Blur, Sugar, Lo-Fi. Sugar with a song called "If I Can't Change Your Mind." Look. That was singer and guitar player songwriter Bob Mould. Anybody who's into the punky stuff, he was the lead singer and guitar player and songwriter for a group called Husker Du. Without Husker Du and Bob Mould, there would be no Nirvana. That's just a fact, Jack. We have Candy Smith has just joined the chat. Hey, that rhymes. Whoa, doesn't mean anything. Look. Watching the King of Lo-Fi. Yeah, I came on early today. Normally I do shows on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or when the Walrus isn't here. Right now the Walrus isn't here, so I'm on a little bit early. It's now 2:03:04 here in Vienna, Austria. Thanks for joining the all request show tonight. That's kind of my theme recently right now. I don't really have anything to say. I'll be honest with you. I'm in a good mood. Look at me. I got pink sunglasses on. I let my hair down. I still have the show is sponsored by Sigmund Floyd. Look. You're allowed to send me gifts. It just has to be to a P.O. box because I don't know who you are. There's a half joke in there somewhere, but look. Press thumbs up before you leave. I'm hungry for thumbs up. No. I don't look. The hunger, maybe for beer. You guys are good company, bad company. This is by request. This one goes out to you. Look. Candy, thanks for joining. I know Elena was on earlier. I think it's past her bedtime. It's now 01:05 in Moscow. So I think her hunger was a hunger for sleep. But I'll be honest with you, I'm still awake. I feel like making love. This is by request. Here you go, Candy.
When I think about you, I think about love. Darling, I don't live without you and your love. If I had those golden dreams of my yesterday, I would wrap you in the heaven, the way I when I think about you, I think about love. Darling, I don't live without you and your love. And if I had the sun and moon, and they would shine, I would give you all my day, love satisfied.
The Hunger was their rendition of a Bad Company song, Feel Like Making Love. I never played that song before in my life. Great, great track. It looks like it's also, I love the underground stuff. 15,000 views on YouTube. Oh, no, they need to get a better manager. Look, that's the story of my life. 15,000 views is pretty cool, actually. And you own the CD, Candy? No, thank you for requesting that one. That one's super, super cool. Look. My show is all requests. And once again, I am on early. If anybody who is not a wrench, please come in. Candy can tell everybody, right? When Candy first joined the chat, not too long ago, she wasn't even a wrench. And it took about a half a second. And she was just so nice. That's the only rule. When you want to join my chat, look, my show is PG-13. You can swear, but please do it in a foreign language. This is not religious, okay? I'm a Christian, right? There's a difference. The show is not political. I don't even vote. A lot of people make fun of me and say, Blakey, you should vote. And I say, tell me a good reason. Number one, I'm over 51. I haven't heard one good reason. No, look, I did vote one time, but my guy lost. No, it had nothing to do with losing faith in the system. It had to do with me realizing the system. And I'll be honest with you. Look. Enlightenment. A lot of people talk about. A lot of people talk about the Matrix, right? I know one of my good buddies, JB. Hi, JB, if you're watching. JB's my mentor. If I didn't watch JB on doing YouTube shows, I wouldn't even think about doing it. And he used to talk about the Matrix a lot, the movie. And I agree with him. The number 2 and number 3 are suck, but you must watch them. But the first one is actually a piece of A+ genius art and metaphor. Look, I study philosophy for better or for worse. Look, I thought I was going to be theology. No, I was studying atheism. Look, the show's not religious. Hold on a second. Is atheism a religion? I don't think so. Look, belief systems. Breathing. I've been talking about this a lot recently. Look. My foot hurts. I don't care. I'm still breathing. Right? Got a pain in my chest. Still breathing. But that's where you got to watch yourself. Pay attention. Look. Still breathing. It's poor. And sometimes, look, what do bears do? Bears are like they hibernate. And I think a bunch of other animals, which I can't remember, but bear is the cliche. So I'll go to the go-to. So like a bear, they're still breathing. Think about it, right? I mean, I'm talking mega slow motion. All right, we're getting close to, it's October now, so I don't know. The bears are probably, depending on what climate they're at, they're probably thinking about having a nice winter's nap. That's when Santa Claus wakes up. So it's all perfect timing. Santa Claus doesn't like bears. I think maybe he's part of the hustle. And so the deal is no bears around Christmas time. Don't want to scare the children. Look, I watched this movie the other day, and it showed up on Netflix. Dennis Quaid, something about The Day After Tomorrow. That was the name of it. And like, it's not global warming, it's global cooling. I've heard that joke in Batman 2. That was a pretty funny joke from Danny DeVito as the Penguin. Look. I'm talking about Arctic freezes and stuff. I'm starting to feel like I'm comfortable, but comfortably numb. If I don't breathe, I hope that I'm comfortably numb. If I freeze to death in the snow, I hope I'm comfortably numb. You're watching The King of Lo-Fi after commercial break. Please speak German. Oh no, silence. They're trying to help dogs. Watching The King of Lo-Fi. I'm comfortably numb. Scissor Sisters. I'll request show. Put him in.
Hello. Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anybody home? Come on now. I need your feeling now. I can't ease your pain, and get you on your feet again. Relax. you show me where it hurts. There is no way you wanna see me. I just wish it was another time. Don't know what kind of ways. Let's go. I can't hear you saying. When I was a child, I could be alone. My hands felt like to lose. Now I got that feeling once again. Can't explain you will never understand. This is how I am. Things come down to the ground. Okay, it's just a little different. There'll be no more shouldn't feel missing. Can you stand up now? I do believe one thing. Gotta keep it up through the show. Come on, it's time to go. Gotta keep it up through the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no way you wanna see me. I just wish it was another time. Don't know what kind of ways. Let's go. I can't hear you saying. When I was a child, I had a playlist. I was running up my life. I tried to love, but it was gone. You know, put my finger on. It's gone.
Oh, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. The KLF, that was cool. Before that was Scissor Sisters with their rendition of Comfortably Numb from Pink Floyd. That's why, Candy, I put that one because you had the other cover from Bad Company. Look. KLF was great. I heard about KLF when I moved to London in 1990. I think that's when they came out. And look. KLF is a funny group. They had a bunch of cool hits. I actually love that stuff. From the day for... Yeah, put on whatever you want. But look, I'm going through the request charts here. We're doing one at a time. This is my turn right now. And look. I know we have a small, intimate crowd right now. I'm on early. I'm saying this out loud for the record. It is now 2, 3, 2, 1 here in Vienna, Austria. Happy Thursday to everybody. And we'll see who comes in a little bit later. Officially, my show doesn't start for another, just like a pre-party type of thing. I'm just playing music, and whoever shows up, you guys are great. Press thumbs up before you leave and all that stuff. This is an impromptu, right? I'm not selling anything. Look, buy Zippos, right? Especially the ones that say Rush on it. The show is sponsored by Sigmund Floyd. Look, the earrings, buy Rush earrings. Look. I'm not selling anything. Buy Gustav Bier if it's available in your area. Look, I'll read the small print. I know what's going on. Cheers from Vienna. No, it's going to be all about lo-fi tonight. As always, we'll see what happens in the chat if anybody wants to, I don't know, muster up a fume? No. Muster up a tossed salad? Look. Mustard. Look, today's show is called Beer and Peanuts, but I wrote it in German just to confuse people. A lot of people go, Blakey, what's up with the foreign languages? That's the only thing you can swear in on my show, okay? It's my mother's rules, okay? She's the one who, look. Everybody knows I'm a mama's boy. Okay, cheers, mom, if you're watching. That's a half joke. Of course, I love my mother, and thank you, Candy. Look, it's wintertime. I want my hair to be long. It turns into a scarf. I tell you, tonight it was cold. Whoa! People say, how cold was it? Look, it's super cold. And I'll be honest with you. When it gets this cold, I think to myself, Florida. Who lives in Florida? Well, of course, my daughter lives there, but my mom lives in Florida. And she watches the show sometimes. Sometimes my daughter watches. That's why this show is PG-13. Look. The show is not religious, but you're allowed to talk about the church of the KLF. That doesn't mean you're doing anything religious. I don't care. You can look the chat. Look, I can't control the chat. If I wanted to, no. Look, Ken, I'm not joking. It is a scarf. I wrap. At least one side gets warm. But I have a lot of too much hair. I don't want to say that in a bad way, but I get a lot of hair. And so I can turn it around into 2 scarves. It's extra. Look, I have no hair on my back. I'm not like Robin Williams or anything. Trust me. Look. Okay, we got a bunch of requests coming in. You guys are great. I think my chat's moving in slow motion, or maybe I am. Cheers from Vienna. I got a song lined up, and then I'm going to play a bunch of your guys' requests. And we'll see who comes in. I know everyone's doing their own thing. And then all of a sudden, hey, guys who are watching me now, watch the numbers go boom or not. It could just be us. That's okay. I have no problem with that. But that shows about acceptance. It could be us, and then the walrus will come home, and we'll see what happens. Look, coin toss on that one. She did a double today, so she might be mega tired and say, "You've been on since a million years ago," and as soon as she comes on, she might say, "Kill it," and I'll say, "Okay." So enjoy it while you have. No, Mike said it earlier. When the walrus is away, Blackie will play. No, I know people. Like. People have grown an expectation about me, at least over the last 8 months or something. Is that I used to do it every day, and then I cut it down. Now it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when I come on. I do an hour show. And if the walrus isn't here, I go on forever, and sometimes I start early. So this is why I'm kind of off the schedule a little bit. This is like outnumbered overtime. Okay, this is like a bonus or not. But listening to music and lo-fi, I think is relaxing for me because I think that I'm listening to it in hi-fi here. It sounds great. I mean, I have the not really great because I have the bass. I got a subwoofer on the floor, and I got that sucker turned down to like 1, maybe 2. So I don't want your phones or tablets or whatever it is that you watch. What do they say? Device. I don't want your devices to explode. But even if you had a good sound system, no, it would sound better. You plug in your subwoofers; it does sound better. But if you don't have a subwoofer or good headphones, sometimes it sounds better on headphones. People tell me all the time. So look. You got to figure out which way it sounds better. But it's still going to be lo-fi. But sometimes lo-fi is good enough. When I was a kid, I used to love listening to the radio. I mean, without the radio, I wouldn't even be doing this rubbish. I would be like working for the government and being a pencil pusher or something. They don't push pens. It's only pencils because pencils have erasers. Do the math and use a pencil. Look, I did work for the government. I'm not making fun of anybody. Maybe I should still be working for the government. I'd have a swimming pool. Look. People say, Blakey, what's up with this thing about you moving to Europe when you're 22? I'm retired. My sister made the joke. She says, "You're retarded?" No, I'm not retired. Hey, Meredith. I'm not retarded. I'm retired. Look, I retired when I was 22. I'm going to be celebrating next year. Just a pretend scratch. Well, August 7th is my birthday. Please don't send presents all at once. August 7th, next year, I'm going to be 52. That's going to be 30 years celebrating. I hope I have a live show on that one. 30 years of retirement. It's pretty good. No, don't get me wrong. I live under the poverty line. Not always, but sometimes. Depends on when the check comes in. The only problem is that the check is always in the mail. It doesn't really matter. I'll go back to my basic point. The Blackie Fitzpatrick show is about acceptance. And part of that one is the first thing about any type of philosophy or way of living or belief system or anything. The first component, breathing. Otherwise, it's moot. If there's no breath, look, there's nothing. Look. People, this is not a political show, but if you need to use, look, the Wallace, she has a car. I'll be honest with you, okay? She has a car. I think it's a Nissan. It's a junker, but it still works. And cars need gasoline, right? Or over here they call it benzene. It's the same thing. Fluid to make, look, you can't put a 12-year scotch into a car and make it run. You need to have, look. Components. Breathing, human being. Gasoline, cars. Gary Newman, Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. Commercial breaks all the time. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Put the request in. I'll try to get him when I can. Watch the show. Watch it tonight. Watch what happens. Oh, no. That was good. Look, now I have proof. YouTube is totally screwing with me right now. Every time I type in something, I have to do it twice. Okay, take 2. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. There we go. This is what I wanted. Cars, Gary Newman. Crank it up. Gary Newman. And yes, I did say benzene, which is a good song from Rammstein. Maybe I'll play that one later. That was Cars from Gary Newman. Look. You're watching King and Lo-Fi. And Candy, keep on. Look, you know I can't play. Look, Candy's like, can I be your program director and only play these songs? I'll pick the one I like the most. I already know which one it is. But keep on putting a request in, and I'll pull out stuff. Like you can put in like an encyclopedia of all your favorite songs. And I'm still going to cherry pick. Press thumbs up before you leave. Meredith, why is benzene so funny? Look. One of the cool things about watching this show and being part of my chat is look. I know this is a mod only party, right? But anybody who's watching, please do not be intimidated by the blue wrenches. I know I have a lot of lurkers. Hi guys and gals. Most of them are my ex-wives. And look. I know you gals watch me. Hey, the time we had together was great. You still get to spend it together with me now, except now I'm on YouTube. Hi, ladies. Clink. Cheers to my ex-wives. Look, I'm all right now. I'm over the heartache thing. I'll be honest with you. There's nothing wrong with getting, look, usually I always say that if you want to get good advice, go to your best friend, right? Guy friend, girlfriend, parents, siblings, whatever, right? Some people like to go to the church. But go to where you can go to a psychologist. You can even be hypnotized. I'll be honest with you. I tried one time. I went to a hypnotist, and because I heard about this. It was when I started smoking, and I thought, oh no, I'm going to end up being 51 years old, being a YouTuber, and still smoking. And I thought to myself, maybe I should, go to a hypnotist. I heard about this stuff. You get hypnotized. My Uncle Paul, actually, he was the one who told me this story. He said he tried it out. He was a heavy smoker. He started when he was 5. God rest his soul. He's up in heaven. One of the good guys. And look, and I don't know if it helps me. I started when I was 22. Dumbest thing I ever did. If you don't smoke cigarettes, don't start. This is for anybody who's young. I know I have lurkers and stuff, but smoking is the dumbest thing. Well, I take full responsibility for it. But I remember being so proud for saying no because I thought I might get addicted. And then for some reason, when I was 22, I thought, I can handle it. Guess what? I'm still smoking. But my uncle, he told me this great story. He went to a hypnotist. And he says, I want to quit smoking. This is after his first stroke when he was 50. So I made it past that one. That's pretty good. And he had his first stroke, and they said it was from smoking. So he said, okay. And somebody said, hey, go to the hypnotist, and you can quit smoking. And he told me afterwards that the hypnotist told him to, every time that he feels like the urge to have a cigarette, he should go running. And I was like, I asked him, I says, Paul, my uncle Paul, I said, Paul, I said, did it work? He said, I know, I still smoke. He says, but I'm running like crazy. So look. But he said, give it a try for you. He said, it doesn't work for everybody. And look, I have an open mind. So I thought, well, hey, I'll check it out. So I went down to the hypnotist. And look, I keep on getting this thing. Look, I'm being distracted here by Facebook. Look, I'm on YouTube. Facebook people, pull back. You want to talk to me, join my chat. Look. No, I went to the hypnotist, and so I could try to quit smoking. And when I woke up, he stole my cigarettes. Okay, I didn't write that joke. That's Rodney Dangerfield. But look. There's a lot of things I don't write. Light, KMFDM. By request, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi. This song is called Commercial Break. No talking, only music. Watching the King of Lo-Fi. This is called Light. Hope it sounds great on your end. Join the chat, everybody. As long as you're cool, PG-13, I'll mod you in 2 seconds. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi, 2336. Whoa, hard breaks. Commercial breaks. Thank you, YouTube. I love you. Like you're watching the Baggy Fitzpatrick Show, the King of Lo-Fi. And YouTube, I do love you. You guys are great. The platform that I enjoy, I hope that you get to enjoy. You're watching the King of Acceptance. So it's like, look. I'm not the king of complaining. Look, even if it sounds like I'm complaining, I'm making a joke. I'm like Don Rickles. Okay? I'm not here to like, look. Am I going to change anybody's mind? For what? I'm the king of lo-fi. I'm supposed to like smoke and drink, put on pink sunglasses, dress up nice, put on a white shirt, wear my normal, this is my normal jewelry. I'm not like dressing up for you guys. The pink sunglasses, okay, that's dressing up. They're gone. I'll bring them back later. It is now 2, 3, 4, 3. Look. The Black Fitzpatrick Show evolves, I'll be honest with you, mostly through my own ego. You guys come second. No, I did a show one time, many times actually, where I like just turn it on and walk away. It's a chat. You guys really are in charge of the show. And I hope you enjoy that. Anybody who's not part of the chat, jump in. All you can do is cool. Trust me, I've vetted everyone except for 2. The 2 that I let in 2 bad guys. You have to do that stuff. Otherwise, you look. But they're not here right now. So unless you're one of my lurkers, there's 2 ones that I let in. 1 boy and 1 girl. And just to be, I don't look. I'm not PC, but I own my feminine side. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. No. My real show is going to start. I hope the Walrus comes home late, but look. I know I love her. I don't mean it that way. The Walrus is my girlfriend Isabella. Yes, she's from Vienna, Austria. When she comes home, there's usually like 1 or 2 things on her mind. One is party, and the other one is sleep. So I hope she comes home and she says party. Sometimes the best part of my show is when she's sitting next to me, and look. She's like, look, it's nice to have an antidote. Sometimes I do shows with Mr. Ben Arsman, one of my clients, actually the only one. sometimes I have other people coming on my show. Sometimes it's rare, but Anna and no, yeah, I said it backwards. Philip and Anna from Weinhara. I have a rehearsal tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. Actually, I'll be there at 6 o'clock. I'm going to do a show again tomorrow night. I'm talking about my time, but I'll be hanging around there for a few hours. Well, it's 3 hour rehearsal. And so I'll do a rehearsal, maybe have a beer afterwards. We chill out, and then I'll kind of come back and do a show. And basically the same thing, but I'll probably come on like normal time. So tonight, anybody, I'm glad you guys are here. But to be honest with you, I would just, if nobody came into the chat, I would be like, okay, I'm going to play, this chakra meditation jive stuff, which I find interesting. It makes me think, but probably make my listeners, unless you're a professional musician, it would probably make you fall asleep, which is what the chakra bell thing is all about. It's supposed to like relax you. As we were talking earlier about being hypnotized. Look. Do I believe that a person can be hypnotized? I never was. Have I ever went to a hypnotist? No. I stole the Rodney Dangerfield joke, but I wasn't hypnotized. That was just funny. I subscribe to the Rodney Dangerfield channel on YouTube, and they send me a joke a day. I like that one. I went to the hypnotist to quit smoking. I woke up. He stole my cigarettes. It's a great joke. I'm not trying to plagiarize. If I write a joke, I'll be like, "Whoa, that was funny." But it's usually very, very inspired by my favorite comedians. And I'm just a musician, but I started off with drums, and the drummers usually get ignored. So one of the first things you learn as a drummer is to try to be funny, otherwise you get ignored. So and the first target is to make fun of your conductor, the band director. And I was pretty good at doing that one. He hated it that he had to give me A's in music. That's a true story, actually. He always would look at me and he was like, I respect you because you're a good musician, but you're making me look silly in front of all these kids. And all the kids were like, dude, man, you got, this is a swear in English, not an American. He was like, dude, man, you got bollocks. My friends would be like, dude, man, you got bollocks, to go after, Mr. Bier was his name. I tried to Google him. He's smart. Most teachers are really smart. You can't find him on Google. You can't find him on Hotmail. You can't. It's like a rule. If you're a teacher, be invisible online. I think teachers use the dark web or something. How do teachers communicate with the internet? I mean, I don't see everyone like, bleach bidding. Look, I mean, how do you supposed, look, private cell phone, look. How many cell phones? Look. One for business, one for pleasure. That's where it gets complicated. That's why I go live on the Black and Respect show on YouTube and under the Alec Whittier channel, which you're watching right now, and sometimes on the Blackie Fitzpatrick channel, not lately. And sometimes I'm on Facebook on location when I'm outside of the joint because I can't take my laptop everywhere and then go on Wi-Fi. It doesn't seem to work. But I do have this phone thing. Thanks, Mom. I'm also sponsored by Galaxy for many things, and the Walrus also for the fan to make this old. What am I using? Windows 7. Oh, yes, it's still working. And to be honest with you, look. No, the only time I think I'll be honest with you, the only time I went under, I did past life regression. It looks like it was trendy in the 80s, and the girl who I tattooed, my first love, the first girl I lived with. Sorry for the girls before her, but the first one that I was like, you know what, I can show you to my mom, respectively, and we lived together. And I put a tattoo of her name on my arm, and she gave me, I think it was a birthday present or something. I don't know, it was some present, and she said it's a surprise, and I said, well, what do I do? And she says, tomorrow we're going to, at 9 o'clock in the morning, we got to go to this joint in Cambridge. I was living in Boston. She says, it's in Cambridge by Harvard Square. And I said, oh, okay. She says, and you have to bring a pillow. I said, pillow? I thought I'd only been dating her for like, I don't know how long, but long enough. And I thought to myself, a pillow? She said, I'm not going to tell you. It's a surprise. You guys know the answer. But imagine my teenager mind trying to figure out a surprise where I have to bring a pillow to this place. And I showed up in this tiny room, When I said tiny, I mean, no, a schoolroom. I showed up in the schoolroom type of thing, but the chairs were away and the whole floor was just like, carpet. And it was only ladies. I was the only guy there. And there was a chalkboard in the room. I never told this story before. This is a true story. There was a chalkboard in the room, and on the chalkboard, it said, Lamaze classes. I talk about breathing. How old was I? 19 years old? And I was like, Lamaze class? Hence the pillow. And they had all these, like, whatever, yoga mattress rubbery things on the floor, and I was like, and it was only women, and I'm like, how come I'm the only guy? And it was like 6 women and me, and then but there was no teacher, and then everybody shows up early, right? Look, in Massachusetts, if you show up late, you're fired. People in Europe don't understand that. If you show up late, you're fired. And so the lady showed up on time, and then when she came in, the first thing she did was take out her eraser. Speaking of what Mike said earlier, erasure, as they say in England. But she took out the eraser and she took off the Lamaze classes thing, and she wrote down, welcome to past life regressions. And there was a series of, to get us into that state of mind, which is like, I don't know, I was like half awake, but I could speak in gibberish, and guided by her questions. And I did it 4 times, and 2 times it worked. 2 times it didn't, but the 2 times it worked, it made me think maybe I was sleepy. But they walk you through being hypnotized. I think I was it was like a hypnosis thing. And then when you get like half asleep and all that stuff, they ask you questions, and I'll be honest with you. Here's what sold me, and then I'll play some more music. We got a ton of music to play here. The night's still young. It is now 2:352, and I got to get a beer. So look. So the end of my story is she walked me under, and when I became a believer, it was she asked me a question, and she said, "Can you hear my voice?" And I said, "Yeah." And then she says, "Can you hear the cars outside?" This is in Boston, right? Can you hear the cars outside and the siren engines, from the police and fire department and blah, 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 right? Can you hear all that stuff? And the construction workers across the street and the helicopter in the sky. Can you hear all those sounds? And I said, yeah. She says, now you don't need them anymore. They're gone. That's the second question she asked me. And then the third question was, can you hear my voice? And I said, yeah. And then she says, what else do you hear? And I said, only your voice. And then that's the end of my story. I mean, I could tell a long version, but I have to put it in my second book or something. I don't know if this stuff is true. Look, if it's true, hocus pocus, and like everything is like look. I'll be honest with you. I kind of got a little bit spooked. This is the October story for you, by the way. This is all called a setup. If I get spooked, look. Understanding, this is not even the afterlife. No, this is the pre-after. Look, ghosts and look, Halloween fun, scary. But I'll be honest with you, I was 19 years old, and I looked after we finished the course. I looked at my girlfriend and I says, I thought this was the Lamaze class, and she says, no, it's not that scary. And I was like, you just brought me back into a previous life. And then I said, hold me now. It was scary.
Die köstlichen Chewy-Drinks aus Hafer, Reis und Nüssen erstrahlen jetzt die Lunge.
So what German commercials, I love them. Watching the King of Lo-Fi. I was like, hold me now. Oh.
I have a picture pinned to my wall, an image of you and me, and we're laughing with love at it all. Look twisted and torn. Fussing, fighting, delighting, the tears and we cry until dawn. Oh, now. Oh, my heart. Stay with me. Let nothing stop. Let nothing stop. You say I'm a dreamer. We're two of a kind. Both of us searching for some perfect world we know we'll never find. So perhaps I should leave here, yeah, go far away. But you know that there's nowhere I'd rather be than with you here today. Hold me now. Oh, my heart. Stay with me. You ask if I love you, well, what can I say? You know that I do, and that this is just one of those games that we play. So I sing you a new song. Please don't cry anymore. Asking forgiveness, though I don't know just what I'm asking it for.
Thompson twins. Oh, look. It's a pretend scratch. Hold Me Now. Classic song. I'm reading the chat here. Hey, FLS. I'm reading the chat here. Everyone's talking about like MTV back in the old days. Yeah. They used to play videos in the old days. Actually, the first video they ever played, Candy, was Video Killed the Radio Star from Trevor Horn. Look, called The Bungles. But it's Trevor Horn, the guy who made Seal and Art of Noise and Yes, Owner of a Lonely Heart. That's the same guy who did Video Killed the Radio Star. Look. That's music from England. And look, I love that stuff. I'm trying to get to all your requests, guys. It is now, the witching hour, 0000. I'm on 30 minutes early at this moment. Hello to all my lurkers. Press thumbs up before you leave. And not for my ego, for yours. Today's show is about beer and peanuts. Look. What's the joke I read? Candy comes in. She says he stays skinny drinking all that beer. Look, Lucky Duck, press thumbs up. Look. Imagine what would happen if I didn't drink this beer. I would be like the Invisible Man. I could still play music. It'd be difficult, though. I'm not sure if I have touch sensitivity on the record player. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. You know what? I think this is number 3. No, I'm actually not moving that fast right now. I might move faster later when I go on to the peanuts. I also have chocolate as a backup. I'm feeling like a Reese's peanut butter cup already. Now, waiting for the Walrus arrival. It's now 1 minute past the hour. And look, the deal is Thursday night here. So I'm allowed to do a show. That's the rules that I have here at the 10th District, live in the Blackie Fitzpatrick Library Studios. It's Isabella's joint. I'm just lucky to be her boyfriend. And I'm not a walrus. Nobody with a walrus. No, look, that's her real name. Okay, people think I'm making fun of her. I said girlfriend. That's what I call her. I said girlfriend. I said come up with like a YouTube thing, and you can join my chat. And she came up with the name, the Walrus, and I was like, okay. And sometimes she comes on the show and she does walrus sounds, and I don't know what it gets her off. I'm not judging. I'm not a judge. I'm the king of acceptance. Clink! Cheers from Vienna. Look. Look. Look, is this a moment where we're supposed to practice smiles? I do this sometimes on my show, right? Look, I know I'm not Raina 4321. She's better than me. But she is. She's great. I actually watch her sometimes. She makes me LOL. No, I like her. I think she'd be a nice girl to have a beer with. And her husband and her kids. I think it'd be really funny. We could look. The show's not religious. She's got that angle. All these YouTube things that I like to watch. I like a Gloom Tube. That's a great one. I like Fox 10 Phoenix. That's a good one. All they do is they don't even really talk. They just show stuff. That's cool. All the news live feeds and stuff with no they don't even. There's no commentary. It's great. It's better than OAN. On OAN they talk sometimes. It's like I watched a little bit of that today. It looks like Gramps got banned or Juju Butter. I don't know. I was trying to follow what was going on today. For some reason, everybody went black. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to go Blackie Fitzpatrick and come on early. Because I was like a little bit bored. I did my chores. I don't think I'm going to get yelled at when the Walrus comes home. Look, I got a bunch of requests coming in, and I'm trying my best to keep up with you guys. But look, it could be the alcohol talking. No. Look. The Blackie Fitzpatrick show is really about continuity. There is a common thread. And I get that part. Press thumbs up before you leave. YouTube is telling me that people come in for a couple seconds. That's fine. And all this stuff. You guys who are hang-alongs, look, you guys are the best. So hats off, pat on the back to you guys. Clink, cheers from Vienna. Look, I did it with a cigarette. Clink. You don't even have to drink beer. I'm not pushing beer, okay? I'm not pushing cigarettes. I'm not even pushing music. You might be exposed to it when you watch my show. You go, hey, what's up with this Blackie Fitzpatrick thing? And why is it on the Alec Whittier channel? I'm already confusing half of everybody. Look, in high school, I was voted class individualist. Do you believe that? Okay, it was a small school. I only had 300 people in my class. Out of all the 300 people, they said, Blackie's the weirdest. Class individualist? Is that a compliment? The guy who doesn't fit in? Look, one of my favorite TV shows when I was a teenager was Square Pegs. Look, I can make a lot of jokes about this. Sarah Jessica Parker. Look, and the other ones. Look. I did like that show. And I liked MTV back in the old days. MTV now is reality TV shows, which means fake. It's all set up. I'll be honest with you, Baywatch is more realistic than the stuff that they put on TV on MTV right now. Baywatch is more realistic. At least they put a shark in a surfboard. I know it's all that everybody knew it was set up, but it looked real. And then when they tell you that it's real, it looks set up to me. But it looks like sometimes people actually believe in this stuff. It's easy to get sucked into a tornado. The only way is up and then down. Look, like a vacuum cleaner, right? Like. I'm not here. Look, everybody, look. I'm here stating the obvious. Think, oh, Blackie's doing another show again. Why would I look? Why do I come here? The same reason you do. Today you're going to learn nothing and listen to music and lo-fi. Sounds pretty good, actually, for free. No commercials unless YouTube puts it in. I love it when it's in German. Hello to all my German-speaking friends. I know I have at least one in the chat. Everybody else, I have a lot of shy people. A lot of people are like, Blakey, I saw your show last night for like 5 minutes, but I didn't really want to go into the chat. Look, don't be intimidated by the blue wrenches. I have a lot of people from around the world that know me. I'm like, whatever, right? I'm not bragging about my numbers or anything, but I know everybody knows I'm doing a show, and they're like, usually it's my family members. They're like going, oh, no. Hi, Mom. Hi, Jim. Hi, Jill. Those are my brother and sister. I know you guys, you dip in a little bit. And you're like, oh, check it out. But everybody's waiting for like, a moment to jump. I know my mom already told me. She says, if the chat gets really in, so you guys are my hardcore, right? You guys are not you guys are my internet family, my YouTube, my Blackie Fitzpatrick family. But my immediate, hey, I just sounded like Sean Connery. My immediate, I got to say it again. It took me 2 years to learn how to say that. My immediate family, they're like sometimes shy. And so anybody else who's not part of my immediate family, just jump in. I know Candy Smith, she wasn't. She's a friend of Elena. Elena's a wrench, and she said, check out Blackie. His show is actually kind of cool. What's he talk about? Nothing. He drinks beer, smokes cigarettes. If he's lucky, he gets the walrus, and then there's whatever, THC, but everything is balanced around music and lo-fi. I don't talk about anything important. The only thing, well, except for breathing and acceptance, but you don't even have to accept acceptance. If you don't accept acceptance, if you're still breathing, it's okay. Cheers from Bier. Look, sometimes I listen. I post-produce my shows, not always, and sometimes, and I listen back to it and I think to myself, hey, even in lo-fi, it's still nice to be able to hear the Thompson Twins. It's not every day you hear that song coming off of the radio. And so I love the requests and stuff because it's like, hey, whatever song you can think about, put it in the mix. Now I have to try to figure out what song I'm going to play. It is now 0008. Look, hey, happy Friday morning here from Vienna, Austria. You're watching the Black Fitzpatrick Show, the King of Lo-Fi, live in the 10th district. Yes, I am next to the 11th, but not next to the 9th. Look at the map. Anybody who likes maps, I'm in Vienna, Austria. But I'm from Boston. Look. Well, then Elena is correct. My show is about nothing. I just play music, drink, smoke, say hi to everybody. Look. Meredith, I like that. Look, that was almost a backhanded slap from Meredith. Cake, I will survive unless you want to keep talking. I'm making a joke. That could have been a backhanded slap. I didn't take it that way. Okay? I took it as a real request. But you got my attention, so I'm going to play that next. But I like that one. Look. I know I could keep on talking, and I'm glad you think it's cool, especially if I talk about you. But I've heard this how many times? Unless you want to keep talking. It sounds like my ex-wife's. They say I'm a talkaholic. I say, good, you didn't recognize that I drink. That's actually the truth. You talk too much. Good, I have a drinking problem. The actuality is that I only talk when I find it necessary. They have all these TV shows recently. What was this one? The Walrus and I, Isabella and I were watching. Something about some autistic teenager boy, and I think he's autistic. And he's got his older sister who's an athlete. and parents. And Jennifer Jason Leigh is the lead star. And we've been watching this stuff on Netflix. It's kind of a funny show, actually. But he just says whatever he wants to when he's on. To be honest with you, I think that's cool. Say whatever you want in PG-13. If you need to swear, do it in a foreign language. I love it when people swear in foreign languages, especially in the chat, right? Do keep the chat clean. It's on record in Europe. In the US and A, this is going to be blanked out because my show gets banned anyway because I play music. So do the math. I don't know. Do I get banned in Canada? Political foolishness. Where are you? Can you see me the next day? The story that I hear from the US and A is that you can't watch my show the next day, which is too bad because sometimes the chat is actually, I know it's better than me, but sometimes I watch my show and I think to myself, wow, it's really cool. Too bad nobody in the US and A can watch it. But I can watch it over here in Europe. And it's all about these trade deals. People talk about that stuff a lot recently, and actually always. And it's hard to actually really envision until one lives in a foreign country. There are certain things. My mother sends me stuff like on Messenger or whatever, links, and then I press on the link. I said, that sounds like a cool link, and I click on it, and it says, you cannot watch this in your area. Sorry, maybe we're trying to work on that problem, and or whatever. Maybe we can see you in the future, and all this niceties. And I'm just thinking to myself, whoa, there really are boundaries. Every country has different rules. Hey, whoever thought that you could be over 50, an old dog? I'm not learning any new tricks, but I'm learning a little bit about, look, I didn't go to law school, let alone international law school. I'm just a hippie punk who left Boston when he was 22. Early retirement. Some people call me an expat. Incorrect. Pat means patriot. I'm not an expat. I'm from New England. Look, my dad used to take me to see the New England Patriots. Okay, twice. That was enough for me to realize I like football. And then when I went through puberty, I realized I'd rather have my hands to play guitar than smash them up by playing football. No offense if you guys like to play football. I found it too aggressive. I'd rather jump up and down on stage and scream at the audience. That's not aggressive. That's only passive aggressive. Look. No, I like the group Cake. I'll play that one. You got my attention. I hope that's another cover. We've been playing, this would be the third cover. If that's a real cover song, let's see if I can get my YouTube to work. I tell you, they've been really, press something before you leave. They've been really messing with me here while I'm doing my show. I try to type in something. Okay, let's do it. Now it shows that it's there. Oh, okay, it worked. I stand corrected. Said no. Look, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. I'm not going to get frustrated. I'm breathing. I will survive. This is a version from Cake. By request, you're watching the King of Lo-Fi, Blackie Fitzpatrick.
At first I was afraid, I was petrified. I kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But I spent so many nights just thinking how you've done me wrong. I grew strong. I learned how to get along, and so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here without that look upon your face. I should have changed my fucking life. I would have made you leave your key if I'd have known for just 1 second you'd been back to Beverly. Oh, now go, I'll be told, just turn around. Now you're not welcome anymore. One of you don't want me to try to break me, 'cause I didn't have no more. Baby, I laid I will survive, yeah. As long as I'm a love, I know I'll be alive. I got all my life to live, I got all my love to give. I will survive. I will survive. It took all the strength I had just not to fall apart. I'm trying hard to mend the pieces of my broken heart, and I've spent so many nights just feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry, but now I hold my head up high, and if you see me with somebody new, I'm not that stupid little person still in love with you. And so you thought you just dropped by and you expect me to be free, but now I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. Oh, I go walk out the door, just turn around. Now you're not welcome anymore. Were you the one who tried to break me with desire? Did you think I'd crumble? Did you think I'd lay down and die? I will survive. Yeah, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll be alive. I got all my life to live. I got all my love to give. I will survive. I will survive. Yeah, yeah.
Cake, another debut on my show. I never played that one. I Will Survive. Great rendition. We've been doing a lot of that stuff on the show here. I love that request. I love all your requests. I just got an incoming message from the Walrus. She says 40 minutes out. So look. Officially, my show is going to look. There's now 0019. Officially, she wrote to me. She doesn't realize that I'm live right now. She says, I'm just leaving work. I'll be there in 40 minutes. Will you come downstairs and assist me with some stuff in the car? And I said, no problem, babes. I said, anything for you. The Walrus, right? And I said, sure. I said, I'll play the chakra bowls and the ringtone stuff. And she just wrote back to me right now, and she says, okay, let the bowls sing and swing. Yes, that's my girlfriend. Look. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I love playing requests. I'm going to do requests back and back. I know there's a bunch of guys. Look. Look. There's a bunch of stuff going on, and I'm trying my best to keep. Look, it's easy to be distracted. Look at this glass. I'm sorry, clink. Cheers from Bier. It's easy. Look. It's easy to be distracted. Officially, my show starts in like under 10 minutes. So I'm gonna have to I'll play one more song, and then I'm gonna go to the Doobie Brothers, and it's gonna be the official beginning. I'm gonna keep it on the same thing, so you can just stay with me. I'm just giving you the heads up. I'm gonna pretend like I'm doing the real show. I'll play Doobie Brothers, say hello, and then to the new people, if there are any. Wake up the neighbors, okay? Let the kids sleep, especially the newborns. If they're having a nap, don't wake them up. Just like, what do they call them? Cradle them, right? Just cradle them. And if you want to keep them in the crib, just make sure you have no bumper pads. And to answer your question, yes, I am the middle child, Candy. Go figure. Look. I've heard a lot of jokes about middle child. It's like the one that there's a lot of categories. One of them is I have a younger brother and an older sister. One of the categories is who fights for the most food. I didn't do that. Be honest with you, no, I never did that thing. And but I did maybe fight for attention. I don't know. I don't know if it was conscious. Maybe it was. Let me talk to my shrink. But the middle child, look, syndrome and all that stuff. I don't know. Was Madonna the middle child? Was Bon Jovi the middle child? Just because somebody is look, till Tuesday, voices carry. Look, some people say, Blakey, your voice carries, and I'm like, it's just the way God made me, and God made a lot of different things. Some people might say, look, the show's not religious. I'm talking like, look, this is neutral. Look, hold on a second. How many? Neutral is a good word. I like the word neutral. Let me work with that word. Oh, that's not true. Or it is. Look, I'm talking about what's in my mind. Look, belief systems. As I get older and older, I studied whatever, as much as I can. I observe. I take a position, right? Sometimes I change my mind. Rarely. Do I know what I'm doing? If I didn't know what I was doing, I wouldn't be taking, well, I don't know. I could be, look, 85%, this is something I read, 85% of one's intuition is correct. Think about it. That's the type of thing we like in the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. A moment of thinking. If I had to do it over and over again, in my previous life, in my now present, maybe in my future life, would I still stand by my decisions that I have made right now? Yes, and I would do it with a buffalo stance.
Melodic.
Yeah. DJ. Who's that gigolo on the street with his hands in his pockets and his crocodile feet hanging off the curb, looking on the surface, acting boys from home. They all came running, they were making noise, man, having toys. This is girl from the box with the nasty curl, where it had its bras, sucking beer through the straws, up and down their drawers, but it's you to get yours. Looking good today, looking good in every way. No stop, you better watch your mess with me. Money, with my love, it's sweet, yeah. I'm thinking of you. We always hanging up a little step. anytime you dance. I give you love, baby, not romance. I make you move, nothing left to chance. So don't look at me.
Get up, baby.
Say you want money, but you know it's real funny when you choose one thing when there's a wrong and you tell me that you have to have style. Get it go too strong, put a girl on the corner so you can make a pop. Committed a crime and went inside. You were coming your way, but you had to survive. You lost the base, you lost the race. Now you're looking at me to take my place. Who's looking good today? Who's looking good in every way? No style of G. You better watch your mess with me. We always hanging in a full of stands. We do the guy anytime you dance. I keep it up, baby, not romance. I keep it moving up the leg of chance.
We're not coaching.
Looking good, hanging with a wild bunch. Looking good in a couple of stairs. Looking good when it comes to deep crunch. Looking good to stay alive. Stay alive, don't go behind you. Stay alive, or you'll be dead. Stay alive, mate, I follow the race. Rock this place. What is he like? What is he like anyway? Don't know what you expect, you guys a gigolo, man. You know what I mean? We always hang in the fucking stands. We do the dive every time we dance. I give you love every night, romance. I make you move, nothing left to chance. Don't move, let's play with me.
Ring on my face, sound in my ears, beautiful my eyes, and you my mind. As I sink, diving down deep, deeper into your soul.
By request, that was Nina Cherry with her track called Buffalo Stance. Malcolm McLaren, we were talking about Trevor Horn earlier. That's every time I hear stuff like that, I got to pull out the pink sunglasses. Look. Look. I'm a Bruce Springsteen fan. Pink Cadillac, pink sunglasses. I like Elton John. Yes, I do own my feminine side. Look. Otherwise, I would have a crew cut. Look. And I wouldn't wear Rush earrings. I'd be like, why is he wearing earrings? Ooh, why does he have so much jewelry? Ooh, look. I'm waiting for a walrus to come home. And I'm also watching the clock. I got 1 minute exactly right now, and I'm going to start my show up. So right now, I'm trying this out as a joke. So everybody stay with me. I've been on for 3 hours. I know I came on early. But my show is going to officially start, so please stay with me. If you want to leave, press thumbs up before you leave. But watch how this one rolls. The Black Fitzpatrick Show. Look, this is where I get actually. Look, I'm watching the clock right now on the second clock. We got 30 seconds, and we're going to pause. No, you stay with me here on my show. But normally, watch the numbers. See what happens. Happy Thursday. For me, Friday morning. 15, and it's going to be the real Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. I might even turn the chat off and do another startup. You're watching the King of Love fight. Here we go. Pause.
Serve anybody else but you. Don't you let go. Keep saying you don't go, no longer go. But you can still believe there's a place in my life. Someday soon, she will return. She will return. All a place in his life. Anybody else but you? Don't you let go.
Look, 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 look. Look, look, look. You're watching the Black Space Show. The King of Lo-Fi is now 0033. Happy, well, Thursday night for some people. For me, happy Friday morning. Look, look, look. I am on schedule, on time. For anybody who has been watching me for my warm-up show, hello. Look, look. Look, I'll be honest with you. My show officially starts now. Meredith, correct. This is a double feature. Look, look, look. I'm in the mood for doing a normal show. So this is my normal show. It starts now. For updating for anybody who's just joining me, 8 minutes ago, I got a message from the Walrus. In about 30 minutes or so, I'm going to have to go downstairs and assist her with retrieving items from her automobile, which uses benzene. And I'm going to play like weird music and stuff and see how many people I can annoy. But it looks like she doesn't. The Walrus doesn't know that I've been doing a show for like 3 hours now. Anybody who's just joining, going, huh? He's still on? This is my normal time. Okay, this is my Thursday night show. I have a lot of beer and a lot of gumption. Look, gumption is a word that I don't use a lot, and I'm trying to hold on to. Look, I'm over 50. I'm trying to hold on to all my gumption. I'm talking every aspect. Look, gumption is something that is like, oh, by the way, this is called my startup for anybody who's just joining me. Press thumbs up before you leave. I know I see my numbers go up and down. You guys are great. And look. Here's the deal. Look. There is no deal for a start. Expectations should be low. I'm in a good mood. I hope you are. And today's show is called Beer and Peanuts. And I got a jar, canister, thing in a tin full of peanuts, probably from Argentina or maybe China. I hope they're from the USA. Look. This is not a political show. I'm not talking about Peanuts Carter. This is just my normal show. Watch my numbers go up. This is where people expect me to show up, to do my startup. People say, Blakey, we like your startup. Startup? I sound like Spartacus now. Look, I'm not here to say anything intelligent. Press thumbs up before you leave. subscribe, ring the bells, tell all your look, wake up everybody, annoy your neighbors. And no, actually, let them sleep. Clink. Cheers from Bier. No, I think I'm gonna grab another beer and await the walrus. And to your comment, Mike, no, this is not an after party show. This is the party. It starts now. Before it was a warm up. This is the real show, and I can go for 1 hour. And then if the walrus comes home in a good mood, looks like she is because she's being nice on the chat, on the text thing. Look, no, I don't have a phone, so she on purpose, but I do have the internet on my phone. Look, I have proof. You can't read it, but look, you believe me. So I'm in contact with the outside world. Mom, if you're watching, this is a bad idea to drink out of this thing. Bad idea. It may look classy, but it's a bad idea. Look. For anybody just joining, it's the normal Black Leafy Patrick show on the Alec Whittier channel. I know it confuses a lot of people. And sometimes people get confused. They go, oh, he wears pink sunglasses. Look, this is a prop. This is not a prop, though. The rings on my pinky, one, this is, look. I don't want to be romantic. But there's a story behind this. My double ring, look, you brought it up. Here's an answer. One of them has a diamond on it. And this is my right hand. This is my left hand. My left hand is devoted to my daughter. Well, at least my left wrist. Look, I'm a guitar player. I need to keep this one free. But with this one, I can do funny things with the guitar. I can do slide and all this stuff. But with these rings, yeah, this is professional rings. But the one, the diamond part is for Isabella, and this part on the bottom is where the diamond fell out. Okay, they were fake, but it looked pretty when she gave it to me. But because I play guitar, it kind of drums and whatever. Look. No, this represents my love for the walrus. And this represents my love for my daughter. And this represents Sigmund Freud. You're watching the Black Leafy show, the King of Low Fight. This is called my startup. For anybody who's been watching me the whole time, sorry, it's going to be the same startup. Today's show is about breathing and nothing and peanuts. And there's a reason why I picked the name Peanuts. Beer and peanuts. It's October. And peanuts means Halloween special. Charlie Brown. Thanksgiving special, Charlie Brown. Christmas special, Charlie Brown. Do I have to say anything else? Hold on a second. I think it's no. I'm going to set this up for tomorrow's show. I'm pulling out the Charlie Brown stuff. Maybe I should wait till December 1st for the Christmas theme. But I'm thinking October. It's like, whoa, oh yeah, pumpkin. Look. I know they've been advertising Halloween and stuff like a month ago. Look, that's not the way I roll. I'm like, you know what? October means leaves changing, getting a little bit cool. Halloween, there's your present. You made it all the way through October. Free candy. It's not a bad thing. Look, it really isn't. I mean, look, I know my dentist loves it. Look, my dentist is, I'll be honest with you. He's Vinny Boombots' cousin. My doctor is Vinny Boombots. And his cousin, he's great though. He's really, really great. He told me, he said, Blakey, he says, no problem with the candy. Just make sure you brush every time you have something sugary. And I thought, whoa, I can get away with this as long as I brush my teeth? He said, yeah. And I said, okay. And then look, I'm not stupid. I know I met him from the dark web. So I got a second opinion. And my second opinion told me, you shouldn't really brush your teeth too much. It's bad for you. And I'm like, contradiction. And I'm thinking, hold on a second. If I brush my teeth too less, because I like to have some Reese's peanut butter cups, it's bad. And if I brush my teeth too much because I like Reese's peanut butter cups. I'm screwed either way. Oh no! Look, this is why I don't listen to anybody except for what I feel in my heart. I'll be honest with you. I have people who whisper stuff in my ear. Look, when I say that, it sounds weird. I don't really hear it. It's not like a whisper. It's not like a whoa. What's that? It's not like a mosquito. I don't. Look. No, people. Look. Let me clarify. Scholars may say it all goes back to intuition, right? Scholars may say that although nobody can prove it, people were born with innate jive stuff. And I remember when I was younger, I thought to myself, what is innate jive stuff? First, I had to look up the word innate. Jive stuff, I kind of understood. And then I realized if I'm going to do a show on YouTube, my show has to be and then I couldn't come up with an answer. And then I realized the second time I asked the same question, my show has an opportunity. See, I changed the word there a little bit. I changed the word from has to has the opportunity. So I put a clarification in there. Look, go with the flow. All roads lead to Rome. If you're stuck in a riptide current, don't fight it. There's a song, The Only Way Is Up, but if you try to fight a rip current, the only way is down. And if you can't breathe, game over. To all my friends and family, and everyone for that matter, who has stopped breathing, well, you're not breathing anymore, so you probably can't use your ears, but there's something different about life than the five senses. I think, I don't know, what do I know? I'm just the king of lo-fi. I play music. I try to play requests. I'm not really doing anything new. I'll be honest with you. And people laugh at me sometimes, usually my close friends. And look, I'm not even joking right now. I tell people all the time, I am normal. Nothing to look at. I ain't nobody. Okay? You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Hope it sounds great on your end. Lo-Fi. Hope it sounds great on your end after the commercial break. I'm famous for this now. I love it. I love it. I love it. Watching the King of Lo-Fi. Happy Thursday.
Early morning yesterday, I was up before dawn, and I really have enjoyed the stay, but I must be moving on. Like a king without yes, like a queen without no. I'm moving on and on, and I must be moving on. Now I believe in what you say. It's the undisputed truth. But I have to have things my own way to keep you in mind. Like a ship without an anchor, like a slave without a key. I don't want you to believe it. It's in my brain. I'm gonna shine like rain. I'll go behind you. Something you ain't, something you don't, something you just can't tell. Something will ain't, something won't, something's just as well. Like the devil is my savior. I know I'm shining, it's shining like
Supertramp. Goodbye Stranger. Oh, I love that track. Oh man, I always love that song. I don't know why. Something to do with notes. Are you watching the King of Lo-Fi? It is now 0055. Hey, that sounds good. Look. You click. Look. The funny thing about everything is that maybe that's why you're here on the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. The Blackie Fitzpatrick Show is about acceptance. Think about it. It's the type of thing we like in the Blackie Fitzpatrick Show. To take a moment to think. My show is like, if I get requests, I'm going to put them in. You guys are great. And I hope it sounds good on your end. I mean, I am the king of lo-fi, which means it's supposed to be 100% rubbish quality. But you can hear whatever song you want to hear. And look, any request, and I like this one. What's my favorite song from Bruce Springsteen? Oh, can anybody guess? I'm going to play it anyway. My favorite. Look. I'm going to slow this one down. This is a good challenge. What song am I going to play? I already have Springsteen. You think I'm joking? I'm not. One of the things I learned about being funny on a show is to always tell the truth. Legally, it's the easiest thing to remember. Comically, sometimes the truth is funny. Sometimes one can be serious about something that's silly, and sometimes people can be silly about something that is serious. It's called yin yang. The Blackie, look. Backtrack. I hope I can get this request in. And then I'm going to play like some weird stuff. And I'm going to assist the walrus. And then the show's going to continue. So everybody, please stay with me here. Bear with me if things get weird. If I accept weirdness, look, I'm not talking about like look, heroin junkie going crazy on you. That's different. That's a weirdness that I don't like. Earlier on my pre-show, I played Laurie Anderson. That's a weirdness that I kind of like. She wrote a song about walking the dog. That's pretty dumb, or it's genius. But I'll be honest with you, if I lived in, look, and I love the state. I have a lot of good friends from Pennsylvania. But if I had to walk my dog, I'd probably do it in the streets of Philadelphia.
Dein kleiner Coach
After the commercial
hat
break.
einen großen Geschmack. Für die Kleinen nur
I
das
love
Größte.
you, YouTube. Watching the King of Lo-Fi. Bruce Springsteen, by request.
I was cruising better, I could tell what I felt. I was unrecognizable to myself. So I'm flashing in the window on my face, brother. Gonna leave me wasting away the streets of Philadelphia. The avenues of words feel like stone. Voices of friends vanished and gone. I hear the blood in my veins. Just as black and whispering as the rain on the streets of Philadelphia. The only things we're gonna bring is you and I, friend. My clothes don't fit me. 1,000 miles, slippery skin. I just walk, line away. feel myself fade away. So see me, brother, faithless kiss. Leave each other alone like this on the streets of Philadelphia.
That's my favorite song. Look. The show is not about politics, but I know that. Look. I love that song. I'm just being honest. Look, I'm not the king of lo-fi for no reason. I haven't played music my whole life for no reason, and I have followed Bruce Springsteen's. Look, and I like your guesses from before. No, that's my favorite track from him. Actually, I don't know why. No, I do know why. It's the way he puts his notes around, and that one. Plus, the lyric is quite interesting. It sounds like it's about the ghetto. It looks like it was for a movie about AIDS. And look, I'm not here to be political or anything like that. But look, this is a pretend scratch. I'm trying to think of. This is also pretend. I'm trying to figure. Look. Billy. Look. I almost wanted to say Billy Idol. Billy Joel. Some people say Billy Joel. Look. I love songs about Pennsylvania. Why? Because I have friends from Pennsylvania. I said that earlier. So look. Look. The fun thing about. Okay, I'm waiting for the walrus to call me. Rick Springfield. Look. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Hello to all my lurkers. You guys are great. Once again, press thumbs up before you leave. Don't be afraid to join the chat. Just because there's blue wrenches everywhere doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. I'll be honest with you. I'm in charge of my show. Oh, no. What is? I just played the thing. No. I almost thought. No. Hold on a second. Where am I? That's right. I'm doing a show. police. Walking on the moon. I'm live right now with the walrus. Perfect timing, walrus. The song is fading out. Walrus, you have the floor. What's on your mind?
I wrote to you, so
You wrote to something about bring a trash bag down.
bring a small bag for the trash, please. Yes.
You mean like a spar or bila sackle thing?
No, not so big. A small one.
Where do I find the small bags?
In the bench in the kitchen. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Look. I'll come. Look, I'll be the bag lady. I'm coming down right now, but I'm playing your request. This is the chakra meditation. Yeah. So everybody, stay with me. I'm going downstairs. I'll be down in a minute, babes. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. I'm gonna look. This is me. Look. This is me being a good boyfriend. Hold on a second. Where's the one? Here we go. This is it. 11 minutes chakra tune-up with Himalayan singing bowls. Let me say this out loud again. I will be back in just a short time. If you want to have a chakra tune-up with Himalayan singing bowls, then you're at the right place. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. This is funny, actually. I think it has a long startup. Doesn't matter. I'll be back in a minute. Clink. Cheers from Vienna. No, I hope it's not too loud. Look, I'll stay for when it starts. Oh, that's right. They have this. They're giving a speech and all this stuff. And okay, here we go. I'm going to fast forward. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. This is Chakra Tune-Up with Himalayan singing bowls live. Look, he, she, look. Look. Smooth. Watch the king of lo-fi. Now 0116. Live from Vienna. Hope it sounds great in your radio. Put it on the left.
I will, so you should put it there. I don't know what
Whatever.
put it over there.
Put it anywhere you put it on your chili. What? You gotta put it there. It's fall. Put it on the thing.
Sorry. Just put it there. Oh, you're talking about that. Sorry. That's what I think you see.
Sade, her first single, 80s, Boston for me. When did I hear that track? 1986. I think maybe it came out in 1985. Look. Smooth Operator from Sade. I'll be honest with you. Look. Is Blackie Fitzpatrick a smooth operator? I never met Sade. I only met her ex-husband. And he told me, here comes the rain again. He's from London. That's just the way things roll. You're watching the King of Lo-Fi. Sounds great.
Here comes the rain again, falling on my head like a memory, falling on my head like a new emotion. I want to walk in the open rain. I want to talk like lovers do. Want to dive into your ocean. Is it raining? Slow rain. Talk to me like lovers do. Walk for me like lovers do. Talk to me like lovers do. Here comes the rain again, raining in my head like a tragedy, tearing me apart like a new emotion. I want to breathe in the open wind. I want to kiss like lovers do. Want to dive into your ocean. Is it raining? Still raining. Talk to me like lovers do. Walk for me like lovers do. Talk to me like lovers do. So baby, talk to me like lovers do. Here it comes again. Here comes the rain again, falling on my head like a memory, falling on my head like a new emotion. Here it comes again, here it comes again. I want to walk in the open wind. I want to talk
King of Lo-Fi. Almost sounds great on your end.
But it's not far down the paradise. The beast is not far. The wind is right, you can sail away. Find the remedy. Oh, again, the skin is beautiful. Just to wait and see. Me. It's not far. It's never bad. Please pretend the wind is right, you can find the joy. When it's again, oh, again, just the way you say, leave me. Sailing takes me away to where I'm going. Fantasy makes the best of me, and I'm sailing all but up the memory. Every word is simple, don't you believe me? Sailing takes me away to where I'm going. Find serenity. Oh, can be good. Just to wait and see. Sailing takes me away to where I'm going.
Christopher Cross. Who doesn't want to be sailing? Look, that song is sailing. You don't even. Let me say it in a different way. One doesn't even have to be near an ocean or a lake, or even a creek or a river. I said liver. Okay, look, I'm pretty close to my liver. Think the laughter that you're hearing. The walrus is on. Oh no, we have a surprise guest. And the walrus brought a present. I'm trying to figure this part out. Hold on. What is your name?
Walrus.
No, you're supposed to do it in walrus sound. You definitely sound like a walrus. Did you come bearing gifts?
Huh?
Sorry, that was biblical. I'm not religious. It is from the Bible. Did you come when the baby Jesus was born? The three kings came in. That they came, frankincense, myrrh, and thyme. No, it was something other thing. Gold and silver and platinum. No, whatever the thing. The three kings. Look, it's now the Christmas time. But I have a walrus here. Did you come tonight to my show bearing gifts? Did you bring presents with you?
I think I brought the presents, but presents. But you already showed it to the masses.
What's in that thing? What's in that
But
thing?
that thing, this is a
No, that thing. We're talking about the now.
top
No,
souffle, cheese souffle, sweet cheese souffle, whatever.
sweet
Souffle,
cheese souffle.
Yeah.
That sounds French.
whatever,
The word souffle is a French word.
whatever. So
Sweet cheese.
for everybody who doesn't know who the walrus is, here's the walrus.
Okay. On a personal level, you know the Black Expense Show likes to ask personal questions. I made a THC specimen for you, but you have not used that yet. So you decided to dress up like a walrus because of what?
Because
Have you gone
it's the
loopy?
right. What?
Work with me. I'm looking for a reason. I'm grasping at straws here. Not
I
a
thought it's
walrus.
the right temperature for it.
It's a little bit chilly down. I was talking about October. Tonight it felt cold outside, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Do walruses like it cold or medium, or what are walruses like?
Depends what sort of walrus you are. Some walruses are fine if it's cold, but I'm a southern walrus, so I would like to have it a little bit warmer.
Okay.
I like
when
to
you say
live on the
look,
beach.
when you say southern, I mean, are we talking about equator southern, or are we talking about
Whatever. I don't want to talk forever.
no? Because if you're
No, no, I don't want to talk. I'm tired.
I'm setting up a song.
Yeah, I believe you.
I already set up your THC walrus medication for you. But I'm just trying to figure out: are you like a walrus that's like traveling around the planet like a gypsy? You're watching The King of Lo-Fi. This is
I
Fleetwood
would
Mac.
love to.
This is Fleetwood Mac. Gypsy. You're off the hook. Thank you. Here's the joint.
I know. I'm not stupid. I'm not blind. I'm not nothing. That's
So
all.
I'm back to the velvet, blood on the ground, back to the floor that I love. To a room with some lace and paper flowers, back to the gypsy, where I was, to the gypsy that I was. And it all comes down to you when you're like does when maybe more, maybe twice. And you see your gypsy. You see your gypsy. With a gypsy that remains. It's freedom. She's dancing away from the man. She was just and a memory's all that let pull you down. You see your mistake. You see your you see your
I don't know what I like better, a gypsy or a dancing queen. They're up there.
shining out and the lights are low. Looking up for a place to go. Everything's scream. Anybody who feels that God is your music. Feel the fear of music. Everything is fine. You're in the good way. When you get the chance, you are dancing queen. Dark and sweet, only seventeen. Dancing queen, when you get the chance, you are dancing queen.
See what happens. My cat stopped up. Dancing Queen Abba. Anybody who can hear my voice, if you want to continue watching the Black Fitzpatrick show, there's going to be one. Look, it's actually not that hard. All you got to do is look for me under Blackie Fitzpatrick. This is a test I do once in a while. And Laura said, she said, okay, Jose. No, she calls me Blackie. But she did say, okay, Jose, which I thought was a good rhyme. And I gave her bonus points for that one. She said, Blakey, do whatever you want to do. So I'm going to say bye for now on Alec Whittier. This is where it gets confusing for a lot of people. And I'm going to turn it up on, I'm going to start a show up. We'll pretend like it's brand new. It is now 0147 here on Alec Whittier. And now I'm going to slide this one out. My chat stopped about 30 minutes ago. That's weird, isn't it? Mm-hmm. But my numbers kept on going up and down and up and down. So I'm going to do a test. And bye for now. Find me in about 1 minute on or 2 minutes. Look, now's the time to like maybe get some microwave popcorn and whatever, right? A packet of crisps. Make yourself happy. I'm going to show up in about 2 seconds playing the Doobie Brothers and see what the numbers do. Ciao for now, guys.